Hello everyone, it's River System with another episode of Kerbal Space Program. This time hopefully with less technical issues, we've at least verified the picture is working now. I'm still not 100% sure what's up with like OBS. We've like at one point had it so the game stream worked, but now we're back to using the Windows stream. Or no, actually we're back to the game stream. We're not sure why sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Let's hope it doesn't break during the stream for some reason. Hey Morningstar. And yeah, sorry for being late. Stuff happened. Not going into any more detail. Let's see. Ah yes, notes. I mean, kind of the usual. Actually, did we fly any missions this time off stream? Oh yes, we did one lunar impactor mission. Just for the contract money. Yeah, and we unlocked some technologies. We upgraded avionics through the board for rockets, updated engine config for Derpus, stuff like that. The main thing we did that's worth mentioning and hopefully soon showing off is that we prepared a new version of a crewed rocket. So we put an tier 2 capsule on top of the Derpus, meaning we can do EVAs, and the plan is also to do the first docking mission with that. So let's see how that'll go. And yeah, and we planned a bunch for like interplanetary transfer windows. You can see we have a whole bunch here, including one for like Pluto in like 8 years or something. I think we planned for Jupiter, gravity assist Pluto. So a lot of notes here. The main attraction, the new crewed rocket, is gonna have to wait for like an in-game year because training for this new capsule just takes that long. So even though we designed it, that's gonna have to wait for a bit, and we'll have to do a couple other things in the meantime. Now let me just check. You have mission training until July. Okay. So before we do like before we fly the new crewed rocket and do like the docking contracts, we still have the rendezvous contract open. So we just have to get close to another vessel with a crewed vessel. We don't have to dock for it. And for that, the plan is that we still use our basic capsule. It's being built here, and we'll just launch here just a really simple small satellite, and we just let the crew rendezvous with that. That's our plan for the rendezvous, and we'll see how things go from there. Also, we have a couple open contracts. So there's the rendezvous. We already accepted it because we did things that we needed money for. Yeah, and we also have here 2 satellite contracts, one of which is going to be very fun, one way or another. So I think we're going to start out with these. So one's a weather satellite with 300 payload, and the other one is a constellation of 5 navigation satellites. Now, I believe we do have some weather set rockets ready. No, we don't. Okay, but it's being built here at the top. Okay. Yeah, so these are comsets. We have a lunar lander with an updated design ready to go. So that's also something we can look into. I do believe where is it? this one, far side lunar landing. So yeah, basically just land on the far side, which means either we'll have to deal with very limited comms for that, or we have to build a communications network. I think we're just gonna try and YOLO it. That should be fun. Actually, yeah. Why the hell not? Let's start out with that. Before we do that, let's roll out this one for later. So that's the small set we will rendezvous with, or try to rendezvous. Then let's roll out the lunar lander, and then in a month we can launch the weather set, hopefully completing the two contracts, or two of the contracts, and then it might soon be time for the crewed launch. Okay, it takes 3 months to complete here. There we go. Let's find ourselves a nice launch window. And basically we'll just have more delta V margins in this one. So with the Derpus upgrades, like better avionics means lighter avionics, updated engine config means slightly more ISP, some more performance out of that. Yeah, so we should just have a bit easier time overall. Now, one more day. And that's good enough. Or it's hopefully good enough. And we'll soon see if it's actually good enough. Actually, I think we could have saved ourselves a loading screen there. We could probably have switched to that from the tracking station. Something else that we're planning is currently we have a lot of technologies queued, including some for both new science experiments and better solar panels. So that's just screaming for new science satellites. So once we have that, in the past we had a problem of just our solar panels not being great, and the satellite's not lasting too long in orbit. So with both of these changes, we can make new science sets, get some more science from both Earth and the Moon, and they'll be longer missions. Similar story for interplanetary missions. We can just plan for having longer mission durations, which is nice. Okay. That staging looks okay. Stop at stage 3 though. 180 parking orbit should be fine. Let's go. Time warp time. Yeah, so basically for about a year in-game or so, our main job is gonna be passing the time until precious new technologies get unlocked, or like crew training finishes, stuff like that. Although I think we've still been planning the new crude rocket with one part that we haven't unlocked yet, so we're also waiting for technology for that to unlock until we can even start actually building the new rocket. Which will be a good time to just show it off in the VAB. And obligatory cover left cross. Oh, no explosion this time. Okay. This is probably gonna be one of our last uncrewed lunar landings. Maybe we might try the sample return. That sounds fun. It's also a good reason to like build a bigger rocket and fly that. Always loved excuses for bigger rockets. Maybe we'll do that with like... So, while the Derpus is well capable of sending crew to low Earth orbit, it doesn't bring us to lunar orbit. So, after we do the rendezvous and docking contracts in low Earth orbit, basically the next goal will be the moon, and so we will need a bigger rocket for that. Ooh, the solar panels unfolded automatically. So, excuse me. That's fancy. Yeah, we did already, like... I think we just made solar panels a bit bigger. Because we also had, like, bigger payload available thanks to improved performance. So, like... Let's get a little bit more power. Since that was such a big issue in the past. They're not tracking, I don't think. But still. Okay. So we're in orbit. Let's plot transfer orbit. Okay, yeah, this time we're quite a bit off. It's so funny that the one, like, really well executed transfer was the one we did off stream. Like, that was so smooth. We had a great launch window. And everything. Well, let's see how we can make this work. We can't wait too long in orbit. Like, basically we're a couple days early or something. But if we wait a couple days, our precious liquid oxygen would at least partially boil off. So... more steps. Hang on. Why is the maneuver planning not... Oh wait, that... Okay. Oh, 32 megameters? Maybe we're not that far off after all. Yep, that's... No, never mind. That's honestly pretty good. I'll take that. Oh, we can even slow down a little more. How do we want to approach? Ooh, contract. Yep, that's the far side of the moon. Oh, wait. I just realized fatal mistake in the plan. I believe we need to actually radio back science. So we have to have some orbiter or some craft that at least passes by. Yep, okay. So we basically just want to launch another one of these and just put it in orbit. Okay. Let's not waste too much more time. there. It's fine. Let's warp to the maneuver. Bit too late, but it'll be fine. 4, 3, 2, 1. Haulage and ignition. Perfect. Okay, while we wait for that burn to finish, I'm gonna check. Is this already the new engine config? Yes, I believe that's it. It's basically already the best engine config for this engine type for small payloads. There is another engine config, or there are several other engine configs that have higher ISP. I should watch this. Oh, the planning is way off again. Jeez. The solid rocket motors must be throwing Principia off again. Oh, I wish this wasn't an issue. But yeah, so there's some engine configs that have higher ISPs or more efficient, but they're also like almost 50% heavier, something like noticeably heavier, which for very small payloads will basically mean overall poorer performance despite higher specific impulse. Although it's got to balance mass and specific impulse. Okay, now we're getting close. Whoa. Hello, KSP. Close. We're using slow-mo to better time when we have to shut off the engine. Okay, a bit too early, but not managing perfectly is okay. And we're just gonna use RCS for the final adjustment. Now we're coming in pretty much equatorially here. Which, I mean, I guess it's fine for this lander. We don't want to orbit and stuff. Let's not worry about that. And just land. We don't even need any corrections after this. Of course, arguably, we already had an immediate post-TLI correction there, but, you know, no mid-course correction. Getting very close there. 8 minutes. Let's swap a few more minutes. There. 2.5 minutes. Time to align ourselves and prepare for lunar orbit capture. And we have almost 600 meters per second LTV left in this stage even, which is not, it's not even intended to do any more work at this point. just oversized delta V budget, just like we like it. Time for some ullage and ignite. And we have the sound bug again. Or the engine failed to ignite. Did you? Oh, I think it had an ignition failure. Yep. Failed to ignite. Okay. So we don't have the stage. Time to use our next stages. Okay, we wasted a bunch of time there. And that means we're like inefficient in our burn here a bit. Okay, well, this mission just got its margins reduced by 600 meters per second. So much for having a bit larger probe to make things easier. Okay. So we'll swing around. Actually, can start doing science. And then we'll swing around once, complete our circularization, and then we'll head into land. Okay. Mission planning fail number 2. We're gonna be on the dark side when we land, so we would have no communications and be in the dark. Oof. Oh, on the other hand, we're past our cryogenic stages, so we can literally just wait a couple days in orbit now, and it's not a big deal. So that's good. We're just gonna have to make sure that our orbit is stable for... I mean, this here is like exactly opposite the sun side now. I think it's pretty relaxed about how close we need to be. It's like, I think it's at like 80 degrees or something. Far side in the landing. There, within 80 degrees of the far side of the moon. So basically just somewhere where you don't have radio coverage with Earth without a satellite. Let's call that good enough, and let's check if we're long-term stable for, I don't know, let's say 10 days. Yeah, 45 plus minus 11 periapsis. I mean, it's getting kind of close, but that's fine. So let's time warp. And okay. Maybe a bit more, but we're getting very close with our periapsis to the moon now. 34 kilometers, that's very close. Okay, but we're here with sunlight, which is good. So we're just gonna try to land somewhere like here or something. Let's make a save. Let's time warp to periapsis, where we'll bring our orbit lower. 20 minutes, 10, 5. And we're doing just happy science along the way. Ooh, 167 science. Very nice. And our weather stat also finished building. There, bring our apoapsis down 200. Let's see. Maybe to like 40. Okay. Next, we wait until we're close to here, and then we start our landing burn. You're entering the far side of the moon. Nice. Okay, now we will need a couple minutes to complete the landing burn, so maybe we'll start around here and then we'll land over there or something. Okay, let's warp a bit more maybe. This way we'll definitely be in the sun. So let's retrograde. And something we will need here is smartass. Yep. Because we won't have like manual control. So we're gonna have to work with inputting numbers for pitch roll, heading, which will be a challenge. That's the fun of this Farside lunar landing and why we're doing this and on stream. Also look at this view. Just gorgeous. Okay. Let's start our descent. We have way too much delta V. So we can basically just make it. It won't actually be that much of a challenge after all. Like if we had both a tight delta V constraint and doing this without direct manual control, that would be difficult. But like this, we can just say like, whatever. Kill all our velocity and then drop down later again. I think it also means... no, our TWR isn't that great with the stage either. Yep, we're gonna land just about here where we were wanting to. We could try to hit this crater here maybe. Although we might be going a little... I think that's this one. We're going a little bit too fast for that. Then again, excess delta V. We could legit just thrust back a little. Okay, we need to be a bit more careful now because it's getting kind of dangerous. Oh no. I don't think this is working. This is working at least. So I'm just all our vertical speed because we're getting kinda sort of terrain altitude, yeah. So this is the part where not having direct control is an issue because we basically have to switch between burn directly opposite to brake or burn directly upwards to not crash into that terrain. And I maybe should also just... Can we just... Does this work? Does it modify it? No. Oh, now it's doing something. Okay, so we can do this. Okay. begin time warp again, because now we're pretty safe. Now that we figured out we can do this. And we can just keep our vertical speed now nice and low. It's only now starting to become negative again. Oh, Jesus. Our stage burned out and I didn't realize. Because the sound is bugged and we don't have engine sounds. Okay. Vertical speed getting kind of high. There we go. Now we're reducing it. Flying like this is honestly really nice. And we almost killed our velocity. So we're... Okay, let's get rid of time warp. Let's extend our landing gear, because we're about to go land. Come on. Why? There we go. Refused to orient retrograde there for a bit. Oh, our engine. The offset from the part there got reset, so it extends much further than it should. Also, I shouldn't get too distracted while being in the middle of landing on the moon. Nope. Flying without sound is honestly just so much harder. Can usually rely on that cue at least, both for like engine ignitions. We didn't realize the engine failed to ignite because we just didn't expect audio to begin with. And now with the stage decoupling. Okay, 220 meters. Getting very close here. Concentrate. We're trying to keep our velocity at about like 10 meters per second. So that we can slow down in a couple seconds time. 40 meters. Seconds away from landing here. And there we go. Landed on the far side of the moon. Now let's do some soil sampling. Oh, it's running. It's just not animating. Okay. And we will come back to you in the future. I'm not sure how relaying works. I don't think with this mod configuration if we've used relaying before, but it should be pretty automatic. So let's go and build another lunar lander, which we will primarily use as an orbiter to relay the science, and so that we will complete the contract. But the hard part is done. Okay. Oh, and that's right. We have some juicy science points to spend. And upgrade points. I'm just gonna splurge all of that on R&D. Something we're pretty far behind. Now, 160 science. That's a lot of science. I know we had some plans for how to spend them. I don't know what those plans were. I mean, we were eyeing space stations. Sounds fun. Better RCS also sounds fun. advanced docking stuff. We can go nuclear pretty soon if we want to. Interesting. Oh, science. More film cameras. 10-year duration. Still, let's do that. Sounds fun. With a breakthrough, we have access to deep surface sample. Okay. Comms. 31 science. That's pretty cheap. Let's go with that. Okay. So we also have some funds. Let's just immediately spend them because we have low impulse control, or because it makes sense. Now, gonna throw in the lunar lander in our build queue, and then we can fly the weather satellite, which I think it's a geostationary weather sat. Hence also not having flown that off stream yet because new mission. Technically we did one geostationary satellite before, but I think it was just a geostationary satellite. Nothing specific. Oh, and we're already at the rocket we wanted to go to. Excellent. Yeah, so we wanted to fix this offset here. And the controls are off again. There we go. Boop. And that's that. That's really all we wanted to fix. So save that, launch. And we do want to have you soonish. Oh, we have another one there. So let's delete that and build a new version. Now let's see. We have one interplanetary one queued up from Mars. You're time critical. Oh, and you're basically done. That's fine. Okay. And exit. And launch something else. At least it's a good start. Okay, so weather sat, roll out. Okay. Actually, oh no, we landed on the moon. I was just thinking we might have to make sure that we're in a stable orbit until the other lunar mission launches. But no, we landed. We don't have to worry about that. Now let's check the contract parameters for this one. Geostationary weather sat. Game, please. 300 units. Geostationary orbit, eccentricity, inclination, period, and location. So this time we have a very specific location that we need to be over with our geostationary satellite. So we'll have to organize that. But yeah, because we're at KSC, it doesn't matter when we launch for this mission. We can just go. And we're just gonna adjust what we need to adjust on the way. This is probably not yet the upgraded Derpus version 3.1, but it should be fine. It's still the same overall engine type with reignitions. At least I hope so. I do believe we updated at least all these payload rockets with the Derpus version 3.0 at least. We could have time warped until it was day, but now it's too late because of boil off, so I guess we'll launch during the night. Stop at stage 2. Parking orbit, yeah, 180 is fine. Current, engage autopilot, and let's go. I really wish I knew what's up with the sound. Yeah, this just takes a bunch of the fun out of it. I miss the epic roar of engines. We should ask on the Discord about that, if anyone knows. We've seen one person mention a bug where there's no sound, but with a mod that we don't even have installed. So yeah, I don't know. It's such a shame. I also don't think we had this many issues with it earlier in the career. But we didn't change too much with the mods during the career either. We did uninstall Chatter at some point. I wonder if reinstalling would fix it. That would be weird, but it's honestly hard to think of any possible explanation for it. I might just try restarting KSP after this launch. Takes a couple minutes, which sucks, but launches with complete silence also suck. There, at least we have space music now. Some space tunes. And getting close to reaching orbit. Probably gonna have another short burn of our upper stage. There we go. And we honestly can disengage you now, go manual, and just go prograde and... Oh no! No, we can't. And no, we're not in orbit. Fuck. That's what I get for doing manual adjustments. Hang on. Can we... So we're basically, our lowest point is now dipping into the atmosphere at 104 kilometers. We need to get to this here quarter orbit. I think we're gonna be fine altitude-wise until there. Okay, and here we need to do our burn to raise our apoapsis out to geostationary transfer. Oh, smartass is on. Where are we? 50 seconds out from descending node. I think it's time to ignite. Oh, very nice. Going into the sunrise and ullage and ignition. There we go. This time successful ignition. What a shot. Yeah, this is a super simple satellite for this contract. Mostly just the well-asset payload, to be honest. Okay, let's time warp. No, we didn't mission plan this, So we're just eyeballing. Okay, for eyeballing, we're gonna need to... Ah, we don't have manual control. Crap. Well, it'll do. It'll do. Now we need to go to 35.8 thousand kilometers. I keep... Whoop. Oh, not this again. Okay, hang on. Let's look it up here instead. Oh, it's just about the orbital period. Okay. Well, we know roughly, like, think 35.784 or something. Might have confused the order of some of those numbers, but something like that. For 35.9. Close enough. Yeah, now we are a bit off. See, our highest point isn't at the ascending node here. So that's a little bit inefficient. But we have 3 kilometers per second delta V. We're gonna be just fine. Now we will have to mission plan this burn though. Time warp, please stop. Thank you. Try like 3 or more times for the time warp finally stopped. Okay. Now this is pretty simple. Boost our altitude and also change our inclination. Oop, too much. Is it not actually telling us what our inclination will be there? That's a bit silly. Okay. But we need to boost a bit more. Oop. Okay. I think we need to maybe adjust our timing, but not by that much. Yeah, this is where things get a little bit wonky because we're at an unideal. Yeah, because our orbit is not perfectly aligned. So we're gonna do this, and then our inclination will be a bit off, and we're probably just gonna have to do another correction burn for that again. But this is a good first approximation for the orbit we want to get into. So let's warp to maneuver. Oh, and our planning will be off anyway. Because it's the thing again where Principia plans with the engine that's currently active and ignores that our engine that's currently active doesn't have that LTV left for the whole burn. So we're gonna do the other half with the next stage. So we're just gonna start consciously too early. Because our second stage will have a much lower thrust-to-weight ratio, which means we need a lot more time to do this burn than the planner thinks. So by starting earlier, we're trying to compensate for that fact. Let's get you here. Propellant is settling thanks to rotation. Very good. Yeah, 30 seconds out. Let's just ignite this. There we go, successful ignition. Do this minute burn. And then uh, 20 seconds, 10, and there goes that stage. Next one. So now, because the planning with Principia is off, we're just gonna have to eyeball it also. Yeesh. Our thrust weight ratio is 0.12. So it's gonna be some very long burns. And we're gonna be way off with our planned trajectory. And also oscillating from the time warp. Hey, I cancelled out the oscillation. Very nice. Their inclination 7 degrees and declining. I think our margins are like 2 degrees, if I remember correctly. Yep, 2 degrees. Oh, we forgot something. Where is our target for the geostationary? Here. Okay, so it's a bit ahead of us in orbit, like a sixth of an orbit or something. Meaning we need to be faster for a bit, meaning we need to not raise our orbit as high. So that's how you, it's called phasing, how you like adjust your relative position. Because if you're in a lower orbit than your target, or in this case, just if you have, if you're in a lower orbit, then you have a lower, I can't remember words, orbital period. So it takes you less time to complete a full orbit if you're in a lower orbit. So because we're now behind our target on the Earth here, if we stay for a bit in a lower orbit than geostationary, that means we'll be going faster than the Earth's rotation instead of exactly at the speed of the Earth's rotation, and we'll be catching up. Okay, where are we? 5.2 degrees. Let's time warp again, now that we figured out our plan. There's also a rule of thumb for like how much, what the time period difference is, depending on the altitude difference, but I can't remember it for now. Although I think the thing that I'm remembering now is just an approximation for while in low Earth orbit and not like general. So that wouldn't really apply here anyway. What is our orbital period? Oh, here, this one says 23 hours, 13 minutes. It's probably not super accurate because not from Principia. Speaking of Principia, can you tell us our orbital period? Yes. Yeah, so MacChip is really close, like off by a couple seconds. Now let's see, we're off by this much, this angle. I mean, is that maybe 30 degrees? Or like in terms of portions of an orbit, like 1/12th? So we need to be like more like 2 hours off. So let's do like 1 or 2 orbits. Let's do 2 orbits, wait 2 days, and then we should be noticeably closer to our target. And we'll see if our math checks out then. And look at this. We are still not quite there. We were eyeballing 2 to 3 orbits, but we're definitely closer. I'm not even sure if it's already like counting for the contract or not. Also, flight plan, please go away. Thank you. So let's raise our orbit a little bit more so that the time difference is also lower. Basically, to make the final fine adjustments. Now let's go to maybe like fuck, we're out of electric charge. Okay. That's interesting. What is using up so much power here? The antenna? I don't think we need this one. Oh, 34. Wow. I don't think you can turn off antennas, can you? We're getting 100 watts here. Hang on. That's 13 watts. Even if this antenna is drawing like 20 watts in idle, if we gain 100 watts, our avionics are drawing 13 when active. Where's all our power going? I mean, we do have the orbital perturbation experiment here. 120 per minute. So that's 2 watts. Oh wait, avionics are here, 75 watts. Okay, never mind. So we... Okay. We basically need to... wait to get power to do much. Okay, but we can do a little... We have enough power for a little correction maneuver here. So we're bringing up our orbital period up to like maybe 10-15 minutes off from geostationary. Okay, and now please continue to tumble so you get power. Okay, so now we're very close. And we can do some more orbits. You're entering the far side of the moon? I have questions. Okay, we have power. Let's do a inclination adjustment. This is descending node, so we need to go to this node, if I'm not mistaken. And now we can fix our inclination. Yep. So 3.8 degrees, 3.5. we need to go below 2 in our orbital period. Is then the next thing we need to fix, assuming we're now counting as close enough over our target. No, we're not. Okay. Yeah, 1.2 degrees, 1 degree. Our inclination is fine. Now we just time warp forward until the game says we're over our target area. Because we're still, our orbital period is lower, so we're still gaining ground. How close are we? Hang on, we overshot now. I guess the game didn't update often enough to let us know. Okay. So now we're doing the opposite to what we've been doing. We now need to slow down. We need to fall back some. So we're raising our orbit beyond what's necessary for a geostationary orbit. Oh, it didn't. Okay, never mind. It's I mean, I call that a bug. So it didn't display that the location was fitting as long as our orbital period was wrong. But now that our period is correct, we just have to be stable for 6 hours. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Geostationary weather set. There we go. Oof. That took a bit longer than expected, but we got there. Yeah, it's not helping when the game is also being fiddly, like not showing you part of the requirements are actually met. Knowing that earlier would have helped. Or if the Principia planning worked better, that would also be nice. We wouldn't have... Oh, we have 200 science again. Wow. Let's just pump a lot of it into science again. Honestly, at this point, just space stations? Sure. Let's do that. Better avionics also sound good. Or... Oh, wow, that's a lot of science experiments. I want that. Gimme. Plus it'll also enable, this node will enable all of better solar panels, communications, avionics, and more science experiments, so that's a very juicy one. Lunar Explanation Era Electronics, okay. So next technology should be the near science experiments, and once we have this orbiter capsules tech, we can start building our new crewed vehicle. Forced lunar landing and geostationary weather set. Yes, hello. Let's check what contracts we have active right now. The navigation satellite one and the rendezvous. 360 days. I think we need to fly the rendezvous. Like now. Oh, but it's not built yet. Okay. Oh, jeez. Can we refresh your mission preparation now? Okay. So then Yvonne will finish her mission training just before the rocket is built. Not that we like run out. The mission training runs out a couple days before we could actually launch the mission. That would be embarrassing. Okay, so we have a crewed rocket built. So let's roll that out. 15 days. Now, also let's check. Mission training for Mercury expires in November. We're good. Now, we're gonna go for the rendezvous contract. So, we need two things. We need a rendezvous target, and then we need to rendezvous with it. So let's first make ourselves a rendezvous target. So for that we'll just launch this ComSat into a low orbit. Oh god. This might be like this rocket is way old. It goes way back, so it probably is one of those super funky ascent profiles. So we're gonna have to have some fun with that. I'm already opening our notes to read up on how we were flying that. Oh, we don't have notes for that one here. I know that one of the problems our early launch vehicles had was that they didn't deal well with low parking orbits. Because they just burned up on ascent then from re-entry heating, or, well, atmospheric heating. So let's see. Well, we don't want to go into that orbit. Let's aim for a 350 by 350. Well, that's a nice and simple staging at least. Wow. Okay. Delta 12 kilometers per second. Okay. Very nice. Thrust to weight ratio 1.27. Actually, I think this is not a super unreasonable rocket. So, I will make a quick save just in case anything funky happens. And then I guess let's go. I forgot to restart KSP for sounds. Oh well. Oh wow, that is a low ascent profile here. I trust you know what you're doing, MacChat. Thrust weight ratio of 10. Are you coasting? Oh crap. You shouldn't be coasting. Fire? Jesus Christ. If I hit this button, it'll probably mess things up. No, it doesn't. Whew. Okay. It's not doing anything too funky with attitude. So we're probably fine. That's still a very reasonable ascent profile. Unless we have an unplanned engine shutdown, this should be fine. Pitch over is also completely normal and to be expected. One of those things where you have certain constraints with how long the launch takes. And these stages all tend to be relatively high thrust to weight and short duration, which leads to sometimes a bit funkier ascent profiles. There we go, just about to insert into orbit. The camera change, we like to see it, and there we go. 350 by 349. So that's our target. We will try to rendezvous with this. So let's go to KSC. Now, we'll probably want to wait a day. A little 6 minutes launch. Basically, so we're now in an orbit, but the Earth is rotating beneath that orbit. So we're getting further away from the orbit of this satellite now, the more time passes. So we could wait a full day until we're at the exact same like time of day that the other satellite was when it launched. Or we will just call it close enough and launch now and just fix the difference. Which, on the one hand, making orbit adjustments while in low Earth orbit are extremely expensive. On the other hand, we have buffer and we're fine. We're fine. Now, I vaguely remember functionality of like rendezvousing, like with rendezvous helper with MacChap, so you launch into the orbit of a spacecraft. We'll see if we can find that and figure out how it works. Okay, so we are about to launch crew now. So time to put on our serious face and get serious. So first rendezvous. I think we can do better than just that. Orbital flights, apoapsis below 578 kilometers, periapsis above 160. Our goal is 350, so exactly in the middle. So we can just do that while we're doing the other thing. EVA, would love to do it, but with this capsule, the planned last flight of this capsule, this one doesn't support EVA. So we will have to pass on that. Okay. Yvonne, yes, the only one who can pilot this thing right now, because the others are busy learning how to use the Gemini capsule. It is always high tension when you launch crew, which is good. Like, that's how it should be. We do have an escape system, though, in case things go wrong. The escape system also being the part of our new crewed rocket that prevents us from building it yet. Because, yeah, the abort motors we use for that, or we want to use for that, we don't have them unlocked yet. But yeah, we were not comfortable on like skipping the launch abort feature, even though in real life the Gemini capsule did not have escape motors like this one. I think it had like ejection seats, but nothing that would save you from like rocket exploding on the pad or anything too serious. Now orbit. Yeah. Rendezvous planner. Select a target to rendezvous with. Target. I don't need landing guidance. I don't think this one does launching though. It just does adjusting. Okay, so let's just launch now into current orbit tree. Actually, we need to catch up, so we want to be in a slightly lower orbit. So let's go 330 by 330 and up until stage 6 and go. Question mark? You shouldn't be questioning if you're ready to launch. Oh, let's go check some basic things like life support, water, food, oxygen, check. Ablator, we have a heat shield on board. That's good. These things look good. Staging. Looks good as far as I can tell. So let's do this. Oh my god, for a split second I thought the rocket was already flipping over because of some engine failure. I do have a finger on the launch escape system key. Okay, we're half a kilometer up at least. So it's not super time critical if anything bad happens now. Okay, let's put in a little time warp. Not too much. Oh yeah, one thing we can do to adjust our orbit a little is during the flight we can increase our orbit inclination. Or is it increase? Yeah, basically we wanna... So, very exaggerated. But if the probe is like in an inclination like... Oh jeez, how do I visualize this? This is very awkward. Yeah, I don't think I can do a good visualization with my hands here. But basically, we don't see the orbit lines of our target either. Okay. Or maybe we need to go south a little. Oh, we had staging. There we go. Everything's still nominal. Hey, Ouroboros system. You are in time for a crewed launch. So what we're currently doing is trying to rendezvous with an uncrewed satellite for fun and profit. Hang on, do we have... Yes, we have our nice engine. Okay, a lot of things are about to happen in very quick succession. Well, I say about to happen in like 35 in-game seconds. I'm gonna take the time warp off before that. 10 seconds until first stage cutoff. 5, 4, Launch escape tower went. So we had engine shutdown, stage separation, launch escape tower went, all the things. I love it when just this whole choreography happens. It's nice. And yeah, you can see we also retrofitted this upper stage of the Derpus with some docking ports, which we won't be using on this mission. But yeah, we were playing around and planning around. There we go, we're getting close to orbit here. And 300 and 330. So, we are in orbit. Now we have to rendezvous. Oh wow, our target is way ahead there. Yeah, this is gonna take like a couple days with the orbit we're in, which is not time we have. Do we have to lower our orbit again? No, hang on. Time until closest approach, 1 hour 30. I mean, maybe I'm reading these. I mean, we have, I think, one. Yeah, no. We need to lower our orbit. Yeah, we should have gone into a lower orbit. Yes. I'll see if I can't get something out of Principia for... but rendezvous? Ooh, target. No, we can totally switch to target. Oh yeah, but that's the view we were earlier in. But maneuvering frame selection doesn't have the target mode. Dang it. Although I think... Okay, whoop, that's not what I wanted to do. Please center on satellite. Thank you. Okay, so with this trajectory we would be there in 12 hours. So let's reduce our velocity by a little bit more than that. There we go. 7 hours. I will take 7. So let's adjust that. So we're gonna be... Oh wait, we still need to also measure altitude, so... I will overshoot this one. And then one orbit before that we will raise our orbit to meet it properly. Okay. You need to be in the future. Maneuver. Or I guess we just rotate around now. I'm pretty confident taking away 50 meters per second won't like deorbit us. Okay. Let's allege we have another set of motors. We were at 7, 7, 10. I should have paid way closer attention here. But this has... Yeah, okay, so it's close. We're grazing the atmosphere. 144 kilometers. It officially ends at 140 in KSP. Okay. Rebase you. And let's go to our target view again. So, here we are. We will plan a maneuver for in about 7 hours, and we will raise our orbits. Okay, maybe earlier. And this is what we're looking for. We want to cross the orbital ooh, yes, very close. This way? No, we're getting further away now. So let's do this. So we're not... Whoop. That's not what I wanted to do. We're not 100% exactly certain what we're doing here. We are basically just playing around with sliders right now and trying to make this get as close as we can get it. Like, we have some plan for what we're doing, but it's not like we know exactly what we're doing. Whoop. But I think this is gonna get very close already. Like, here, we're bang on. Perfect. So basically, I wonder how... Okay, no, this looks... This is a mess. We'll try to talk more about what exactly we did here with our planning when we're at that maneuver node, and the planning won't look as messy anymore. Let's make a quick save, and let's warp to maneuver. Oh, we are entering the atmosphere. Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, that part is not part of the plan. Oh, God. Crap. I mean, we're not really in danger. But it does mess up our plans. Oh, jeez. We shouldn't have cut it so close. Or at least, like, raised our orbit a bit again when we realized that was gonna be close. Okay, let's get more time warp going here. Yeah, we're like down to 129 kilometers in our lowest point here. You can even tell we're like rotating because of aerodynamic drag inducing forces. now we're flying out again. Jeez. One 32, 33. And out of the atmosphere again. Jeez. Okay. So let's grab all that planning and raise our periapsis. I mean, this is gonna be like tiny maneuver, really. 5 meters per second is probably enough. Are you not showing me altitude here? Periapsis. I mean, you do say periapsis 143. Let's do a bit more, just to be safe. Okay. Now we will have to use up an ignition for this, I guess. We should have 3 left. Yes. We are oriented so not the right way. Can we do this with RCS? I don't think we have enough RCS power for like 8 meters per second burn. I mean, I guess let's try. So, prograde, let's see. Yeah, no, this takes forever with RCS. Engine. Boop. Literally like 1 second burn. That's what we needed. Okay, back to our flight planning. Actually, let's do a analysis. Lowest altitude 156. I am okay with 156. Thank you, Principia analysis tool. Okay. Back to our target planning then. We were gonna do a maneuver in like 4 hours. And let's... Where's our target? There it is. And we were going to raise our orbit. Whoop. Come on. Okay. Now, we'll just try and do the same thing again. And this time, might be a bit more difficult. I think we need to just generally... Yes. Oh, I think we're... exactly at the wrong phase for this. Let's go to 330. We're gonna, yeah, we're getting a close one here. Okay, so less velocity. Maybe the other way around. The choice of orbital mechanics. Okay, this one we can get very close. There we go. Now we do rely on basically all ignitions being successful. We need one more ignition to do this maneuver, and then a last ignition at this point to kill our velocity. But there's nothing we can do about that. Like, either it works or it doesn't. No, I'm getting further away now. Okay. I was trying to make it better, and then I made it worse. There we go. That's perfect. So, once again, we have our maneuver. Let's time warp. This time without crashing into the atmosphere. Ah, that was funny. Okay, 10 minutes out. 1 minute. Ah, jeez. I wanted to do better with, like, being in the right attitude for the burn, but I messed it up again. Exactly the wrong way around currently. Okay, at least rotating fast means we have settled propellant. So that's good. Now we also need to check. We have 35 meters per second burn, and we have a thrust to weight ratio of 1. So that means we have a 3.5 second burn upcoming. So we will use time slow-mo for this. And oh wait, we're at the node now. Fuck. Okay. So it won't be perfect. That much we already know now. Let's engage time warp and get ready to do our burn here in just a moment. Okay, 35. So we're looking at 41 left. Oh god, I should have gotten into this view earlier. Something like this. Okay, I hit it pretty close. Oh god. Okay, let's see where we are and do our fine adjustments. Okay, so here, final adjustment with RCS. Beautiful. 12 kilometers, 11, 10. I don't even know how close we need to get. Well, we can get really close. There, 5 kilometers, 4, 3. Less than 2. Less than 2 kilometers. I call this a win. And what's our relative velocity gonna be here? 215? Oh, because of inclination. Yeah. So because we're in a bit of a different inclination, our relative velocity will be kind of high. Rendezvous doesn't tell us what it means by rendezvous. Okay. And I'm liberally quick saving just for like if we accidentally time warp too fast or something. That would be very awkward. One hour. I think we should plan our braking maneuver. That sounds like a good idea to me. So, stop the time warp. Get in there. And now, does this? No, this isn't relative velocity, is it? No, it's not. Well, that sucks. I mean, I guess we can manually just... fine. We know we need like 20 seconds of burn for 200 meters per second. So yeah, eyeball time. Rendezvous, time to eyeball. Should maybe question my choices sometimes. Okay, so target. We need to be... We might actually soon be able to see our target as well. There it is, 20 kilometers away still. Now we need ullage, which we have to do with RCS, because we've used all our ullage solid rocket booster groups. We have one ignition remaining, if it doesn't fail, but I think... Let me check. Yes, we have a very reliable engine config. Like, I think even at this point, even though we don't have full data for this engine yet, we should be at over 99% reliability for ignition. Okay, we are 50 seconds out. Yeah, TWR basically exactly 210 meters per second, 21 second burn. So when we're 10 seconds out or something. Oh god, we're still not oriented. Oh no. Also, I'm gonna get slow-mo. Slow-mo. And now our camera is all fucked up, of course. Okay, 18 seconds. Let's go. Ugh. And this is why we quick save, because I pressed spacebar instead of Z. And so I staged. That's right. There's a nice feature where you can lock your staging, so exactly this cannot happen. Now, where were we? Oh, we're just here before the burn, aren't we? Okay. Wait. Okay. I'm confused by the... Oh, I guess our current velocity to the target is 148 and approach speed is 215. No, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. Now, lock staging. We also haven't completed our one-person spaceflight contract yet, because our periapsis is too low, I believe. I think it needs to be above 180 or something. And even though we're in space for 9 hours already, our periapsis is at 166 at this point. Okay, 30 seconds. Less talking, more space flying. 13. Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, I'm gonna do this and slow-mo. And we are decelerating. (140) relative velocity. 120. 100. 60. 30 meters per second. Come on. Oof. Why is it not? Huh? It's not reacting. Wait, are we? Huh? Why does it? Are we decoupled? What's going on? Didn't we like lock our staging? This doesn't make any sense. What? Like, literally, these parts are not connected to our rocket now, and I don't know why. How can that be? What? Like, if we were not connected to the parts earlier, then we also shouldn't have been able to ignite the engine. And we literally locked our staging, so we couldn't have staged. What? What is even going on? Did I accidentally hit spacebar while also locking the staging? Because the hotkey for... funnily enough, the hotkey for locking staging is Alt-L. So Alt key directly next to spacebar, you might accidentally hit it. I don't know. That's the only explanation I have, at least. Gonna look in the stream later to see what happened there, because that was just weird. Okay, 55 seconds. Retrograde, 30 seconds. $20. So 11, 10. Let's decelerate. There we go. Engine ignition. And time for slow-mo. And let's watch our orbits align. 60 meters per second. There. Now it worked. We're still connected. Okay. Contract. What do you say? It still says rendezvous. Why? We're like, okay, I guess our point furthest away can't be that far away. So I guess we just should have burned a little longer. Okay, can we fix this with what we have available? We have no ignitions left of this stage. Now we have some RCS. It's not much though. And we have our posigrade. Yes, so we have a couple SRBs on the capsule intended to get us into orbit. And yeah, this game is incredibly pretty with the right mods. Yeah, this gives us basically no acceleration, as expected. But we can still... Oh, that's slow-mo. I wanted time warp this time. We can shave off a couple meters per second this way at least. Oh, we're getting further away from it now if we continue doing this. Ah, it's the inclination that's mostly off. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Whoop. If the camera view behaved like you wanted to, that would also be nice. Wait. We decoupled! Our staging is literally locked. And we got decoupled. What is even going on? Oh. Oh my god. That's... Okay, so we have our abort. The abort action group is on backspace. You know what else is on backspace? Centering the camera in map view around your current vessel. And for some reason, this fires while you're in map view to also then do the staging thing. That's what's been happening all this time. Jesus Christ. I don't even know. We're gonna have to dive deep into the settings some other time to see if we can fix that, but holy cow. Either way, I guess we just won't make it with this flight, I guess, which sucks. To be fair, that's quite realistic. The first real-life attempt at... I want RCS, please. The first real-life attempt at Rendezvous also failed, so we're in good company. Guess the capsule RCS didn't work. There we go. This one works. We will at least fire our posigrade motors. because there's no reason not to do that at our closest approach. Even though it's like, it's basically nothing. Okay, unlock staging. Boop. If that did the trick, that would be funny. Now... No, I will not fire retrograde motors. We're in a pretty high orbit, actually. Yep, contract not complete. Okay, at this point... Let's just focus on bringing the crew back safely and maybe also finishing this contract. So, 7 hours. Do we have 7 hours? Think so. Life support is looking good. Power is looking good. Four more hours. Oh man. We might get into time trouble with the rendezvous contract. Okay, return home safely. We're in that stage now, so that's good. We could just deorbit now. Yeah, it's like, you can tell we haven't played KSP in a while, especially with like super hard restrictions. Like later on, the more advanced rockets we have, like more ignitions available of engines. One extra ignition of our engine could have saved this flight. Okay, I'm gonna quick save again and let's fire our deorbit motors. Yeah, they are enough at least. That's good news. We didn't technically intend for this capsule to fly in this high of an orbit, so... Yep, being able to get back home is good. And now we just time warp. And we're starting to hit the atmosphere. So, let's ditch our re-entry package. Also, so nice. Fix that. And yeah, I don't need to see the UI to do this, which is very cool. There goes our re-entry motors. And now, do you have an offset center of mass? And maybe a setting for that somewhere. If you do, I don't see it. Okay, so this might just be a bit of a rough re-entry there for Yvonne. Okay. More time warp. Okay, starting to hit the denser parts of the atmosphere. Let's try and make this re-entry as gentle as we can. So usually a capsule would have an offset center of mass, because what that does is it creates lift. Imagine, like here you see there's like a curve with the heat shield. If your center of mass is slightly off center, that means you'll be a bit tilted towards the airflow. And then you can see that you might get, like, if it's tilted like this, the air comes from this way, you get an upwards lift. And that way, by rotating your capsule, you have some control over your trajectory. And in particular, something you want to do when you re-enter is you want to get some upwards lift to take some of the... Basically, it makes the re-entry gentler, it reduces the total g-forces, because if you go like very steep, then you will hit denser and denser parts of the atmosphere, whereas if you can get a bit of a lift and get upwards a bit, that means you spend more time in less dense parts of the atmosphere, and you basically slow down more before you hit the really dense parts. And yeah, so you can see right now we're peaking out at like over 8 Gs of deceleration, which is rough, but she can handle it. Okay, time warp. Okay, we should probably start at least deploying our drogue chute. Should fire soon, I think. No? You do work though, right? There it goes. Well, that had me worried. We could have also gone by without the drogue chute, but yeah. It's nice when things work. Where are we even? Okay, yeah. Okay, I think it's time to deploy our main chute in a couple seconds. Let's do it now. And there we go. Main chute deployed. Now, we need a new launch vehicle, and we probably need one fast, so we probably can't wait for like the Gemini capsule. So we have to fly one of these again, which means we still have the same limitations that we need to work around. But at least Yvonne got back safely and at least managed to get close to a target. I mean, that's a good first step. Maybe not technically a rendezvous quite yet, but we got close. And we got a reminder of how the maneuver planning with the frames of reference with Principia works and stuff. I think I'm gonna make one small change to the rocket instead of flying the exact same one again. Oh, and you're on leave for a bit. That might also be a problem. Okay. What's our timeline? 295 days. That is not a lot of days to both build and launch a rocket. Ooh. Okay, the orbital flight contract we have at least. Also, because we are kind of low on pilots right now, let's get another astronaut on board here. And let's give her a proficiency Mercury training, which will, 200 days. I mean, enough until our deadline. And Yvonne will also be up and running again in a week, actually. Okay. So, our main problem was the fine orbit adjustments towards the end for the rendezvous. We have the general brute force with our upper stage and the ignitions. The main issue was the final approach and adjusting that. Like, we needed 20 meters per second more adjustments. That's all we were missing. But we couldn't apply them even though we technically had delta V because we ran out of ignitions and we didn't properly plan ahead. So what I'm gonna do is this one. What I'm gonna do is add some bigger RCS engines and more RCS fuel. That way we are not limited with ignitions and we can just do fine adjustments without having to worry too much. Now we do have a tank here for RCS type fuel, so let's take that and make it a lot bigger, like a lot. That's 400 kilograms, but we are talking about 200, 300, like 2 tons, 400 kilograms. We're talking... What's our ISP on these things? I think 280-ish? And what's our mass here with you partially spent? Yeah, 5 tons. So let's say this. That'll give us 200 meters per second delta V, the fuel that I just added. Calculator time. Woohoo! So yeah, that'll be fine. Now, don't forget to get this one up. I'm not 100% sure why it wasn't completely full, but I'm not gonna mess with that at this point. Never change a running system. Now, we have 2 options for the propulsion part of this equation. I think I'm gonna go with 2 kilonewton thrusters. Maybe. Do we need more? Let's see. Engine, Aerosine, NTO. Right? Right. This gives us... Okay, so they're called 2.2... Okay, slash 3.6. 3.6 kilonewtons times 2, 7 kilonewtons. That's like 700 kilograms of thrust, so like 0.1 TWR. Let's confirm that. But it should be about 0.1. 4 doesn't... Wait. Decouple. There. 0.2 even. Yeah, but like fully spent. We're assuming we still have fuel left, which we will have. Like if it's something like this, and then we're at 0.12. So yeah. And you need to be here. Yes. Okay, so this gives us a whole bunch of extra delta V and fine maneuvering capability. Alright. Let's put you back together and fix the probably broken staging. Yeah, that doesn't... That's a lot of things happening. separation motors from boosters, booster detach, launch escape tower jettison, ullage motors, and RCS startup. Nope, that's fine. Actually, no, it's not. First, only booster sep, and you three go there with that separation, and then engine ignition, second ullage motors. I will put these engines on an action group. So that we can also use them for ullage easily. Toggle engine. Now let's continue making sure that the staging is fine. Use second ullage set, kilonewton thrusters, decouple RCS posigrade, yes. Retrograde module jettison, and our parachutes. No, this looks fine. Also, let's check here our delta V, like 12 kilometers per second delta V. It's easily enough. Build time is 120 days, so we can pump out like several of these easily to make sure we don't fail the contract. Okay. I think we're ready to build this. Oh. Before I do that, check avionics. Okay, way more than enough. 17.5 tons. Yeah, you're for 16 and then the capsule. Okay. So our added weight here. Oh, I almost forgot to put all the fuel in there. Yeah, good thing I checked. Honestly, if we have so much delta V, I'm gonna put like 50% extra hypergolic fuel in there, because we'll still weigh, yeah. Okay, another look at the staging, because it really likes to mess itself up. But that looks fine to me. So let's build 1, 2, and put a third in the queue, because why not? Okay. We have a plan. We have a plan. If we can manage this by the end of today, I guess that's the docking one. We'll see. We'll see how things go. I will already make a note to do the same for our Gemini capsule, to add a bunch of RCS. Not just here. I will make this note. Here. Add RCS module. There we go. Now move to top. Move to top. How many days did we have left? 295. Okay, so we can build 2 in a row. 240, that's 50 days. We don't need 50 days for rollout. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. 3 launch attempts should be enough. And we even are educating a new astronaut. 187 in a week. Okay. So, start new mission training in a week. New science experiments unlocked. Ooh. Ah, it's not that important. 30. Okay, so we want a couple days. And then mission Mercury. Actually, we're 110 days out. It's kind of too early. Oh yeah, we also queued up a new launch pad off stream. Add new science lunar interplanetary probes. And a Venus-Mars orbiter. Did we have better solar power yet? Narrated power generation, so no. But that's in 120 days. Oh, the Earth-Mars window is up. Oh, okay. We're missing this one. Because of our emergency rocket building here. So I'm gonna scrap one of you. And for the Venus 198, we can afford to wait for this. No, it's 120. Eh. 100. Oh, but we do need to start building you very soon. We need to push back. Okay, screw it. Venus mission also on hold. We have other priorities at the moment. We didn't expect to get into this oh, we also needed to launch a lunar probe at some point. Oh, and we have a Venus-Mars orbiter ready, actually. Now I deleted the launch windows. Oh boy. Okay. So here's one window in 59 days upcoming. Let's add the science experiments. Not better power generation, which would be extra important for Mars, actually. But we also didn't even... Not just did we not get a flyby yet, we didn't even make a launch attempt yet, I think. Hi, Mars probe. How you doing? I've got some more experiments for you. Quadrupole mass spectrometer. This is definitely new. Plasma wave detector. This is new. Was that it? 2 new science? Let's make sure to add them to the action groups. Guess I should have checked R&D first. Actually, once we have not bought yet. Yep, this one isn't science, that's just scan set. And while we're here... Oh no, you are already improved avionics. Good on you. S-band level 4. Okay, yeah, we upgraded that. We already overhauled that. Just the science we were still waiting for. Fairings. If the game could just remember the fairings when you take them off, like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Save and save edits. 8 days to add science experiments and 12,500 funds. Well, I guess to the lunar probes, we should add that as well. We can add that to the lunar orbiter that we're sending to beam down back the science from our lander. And we have that queued up. Yep. So this is a good example for things we generally do off stream, like, oh, there's some couple of new things unlocked. Let's add them to all the rockets. But yeah, given that we are now, these things are time critical. The lunar lander mission contract deadline, we should check that. We might have messed that up by pulling forward all those crew. Where is that contract? Hang on. I remember the lunar landing contract being successful. Maybe one of our probes happened to be in some position so connection could be established. I don't know. Or maybe it's just a bug. Either way, not something we need to worry about at this point. That's good. But while I'm here, I'm still gonna add the experiments. That's boop. And boop. What's your masses? 0.0, that's 10 kilograms and 5. Do you affect center of mass? Is the question. Doesn't look like it. No. Okay. Then everything is fine. Start. That's one nice thing, at least. You don't have to worry about center of mass changes with like tiny science experiments, because while they add their mass to the craft mass, they don't affect the center of mass. Which is handy. Not realistic, but handy. Yeah, staging is probably fine. Yeah, and we fixed the engine. Okay. Save. Where's... There you are. Save edits. But yeah, between all the loading screens, basically doing any changes, even if super minor, just take a couple minutes to do. Hence why we do a lot of that busy work off stream. Okay, we fixed that. Lunar lander, Venus Mars orbit. Oh, you were finished, but then we added the science experiments. Gotcha. So you'll be done in 8 days. We did this. 50 days. Okay, so hang on. We had 2 contracts active. Okay, rendezvous and NAVSETs. The NAVSETs have several years. They're not as urgent. Okay, so we can roll out you and do orbiter capsules. That means we can now also start building our more advanced capsules. Back into the VAB to show off the Gemini and put it in the build queue, and include the RCS upgrade. Oh, I forgot something. I didn't tool the tanks with the bigger RCS fuel, which will actually have increased the build time of the rockets. That's not good. Oh, jeez. So I should also go back and fix that. But first, let's... the tooling. Okay, no, I will forget. But I can't go there here, so I have to leave. The choice of loading screens. So we're gonna tool the change tank, which will not just make it cheaper but faster to build, and time is kind of the essence for us at this point. But they're separate, so we kind of have to do it twice. Ooh. I'm not even sure what it will do to a rocket that's already been partially built. So we had 74 days, 21 hours. 75? Are you kidding me? For tooling, we get... Okay. So we get punished for doing this. Really? Okay, well then I'm gonna cancel. Okay. Oh man. Well, I should have done it immediately. I mean, I guess it makes sense. If you start building a rocket without tooling, and then in the middle of building the rocket, switch over to different manufacturing. Yeah, it might slow down the total build time of the rocket a bit. So I guess I can't be mad at that. At least not from a realism standpoint. From a game perspective, it's kinda... The gamer in me feels cheated, but it makes sense, so it's fine. Okay, so for real this time, let's load up our Gemini Derpus 3.1. Welcome, my friends. Hang on, engineer. Thank you. We went for an all-white design with this one, which we're relatively happy with. Now, if you notice these solid rocket motors at the side there, these are the abort motors. We don't have an escape tower. We have some motors here that will pull all of this, including the equipment section, off of the booster and fly away. These little suckers are why we had to wait for technology to get unlocked before we can start building it. Okay. Why is that only like very lightly fueled here? That's weird. Oh, okay. No, it's not weird. It's intended. We sized this stage for more advanced engine configuration that has a lot longer burn time. So like literally like 10 minutes or more. So now we're at like 50% fuel because this engine config has a burn time of 5 minutes. Okay. And here's our thing. We will just do the same as we did with the other one, even though we have a lot more mass here. So this will translate, pun intended, to a lot less delta V. And we still need to add the engines. Actually, I think we had these bigger ones. Config, Aerosine, boop. Now, so before there, 400 meters per second still. Good, good. 400 is a lot. Also, actually, what's the build time for this? 200 days. Ah, but the crew training. I was just thinking maybe we can immediately fly this one. But yeah, no, probably not. And you can also see we have a docking port in the front there, as well as on the sides of this upper stage. So we're planning to do some fancy schmancy docking with this one. Let's move you a bit inwards. Anything else we need to do for this? I think we had a look at the experiments here. So there's just a ton to configure, especially with crew. So you can pack 3 different crew experiments. So we have simple navigation, orbital maneuvering, and visual acuity at this point. Configure the CO2 scrubber. That's fine. But yeah. So we did just slightly modify a bit of the diameters. The upper stage has no larger diameter to fit with all these sections, but nothing too dramatic. We added the thrusters. We added fuel. We didn't check avionics. Always check avionics, even though it's probably fine. We tend to oversize them a bit because we know ourselves and how we like to not check them. Yep, that's fine. Why do we need to tool this one again? Oh, because of the higher diameter. So we could have... The whole reason we went back to tool the other one was because we thought, oh, we will use the exact same tank on this as well. But no, it's a different diameter. So we have to tool again anyway. Ah, well. Couple thousand funds. Oh, and we're using these when they fire regularly in a launch as ullage motors. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, the rest is fine. So let's build. Yes, that's the part we've been waiting for. Unlock and build, build, build. We want a bunch of these. They're gonna be our bread and butter crew to orbit vessel probably for a bit. Although we might overhaul it to be a bit prettier, like not with these solid motors on the side. That's a bit silly. Okay. But yeah, 200 days. We're gonna make our next rendezvous attempt now then, I guess, with another one of the Mercury rockets. In theory. First, hang on. Do we still have our target in orbit? If not, we have a couple spare rockets here. Spare rockets are good. Okay, yeah, 60. Wait. Wait. Oh, there it is. Oh, God. I got confused for a second there. Didn't find the Mercury training. Yes, Yvonne. Mission training. Finish in 50 days. Sounds good. Proficiency Mercury. Okay. So while we will have 2 rockets ready very soon, we only have 1 astronaut to launch them for now. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and the interplanetary mission. Forgot about that. Roll out mass probe. We are doing that. I guess that's the next launch in 37 days. Add RCS module and build Gemini. Oh yeah, we did that. Yeah, so really the launch window. Okay. Also, I just realized even though our lunar lander mission, like on the far side of the moon, may have been successful, it probably didn't have connection for very long, meaning there's probably a lot of science on that probe that we can still transmit back if we get another probe going there. So that's definitely something we'll do in the next stream or so. Okay, launch window is up. Interplanetary mission planning. Also, we're getting to 90% RAM. I can close CCAN. CCAN is like mod manager for KSP. Okay. Let's orient ourselves a bit here. Okay. And we need to roughly launch into... Wait. What? I am confused. Okay. Yes, I was confused. So, lunar orbit, eyeball, we need to be roughly about here to launch. Where are we? Madrid. Okay, there we are. Ooh, I almost forgot to accept the contract. Ooh. I wish I knew what this issue was, how to fix it, because that's a lot. Mars flyby mission. Accept. Guess we don't have Mars orbit before we do the flyby, which is a shame. We also did our Venus orbit in the same mission that we did the flyby, and we didn't get, like, we have the open mission now for orbit, which is why we wanted to shoot for it. But yeah, some other time when we're not busy scrambling to still finish a contract before it fails. Failing the rendezvous would be hard. Like, that might bankrupt us. You are ready to launch. So launch. That's what we get for... We did accept the contract, like, before we were actually intending to immediately fly the mission, because we were greedy for the money. The advance money, it was like $1 million advance. And that's the risk you're taking when you do that. Loading screen simulator. There we go. Okay. Yes, vessel complete. We don't need the rendezvous planner now. Next mission again. You can stay. Mars. Mars, eh? Yep, that looks about right. So let's launch into orbit. Now this is our Derpus 1.1, I hope. So we can go into 180 parking orbit. The lower the better, as long as you don't hit the atmosphere. Definitely didn't do that earlier. Stop at stage 2. That's a very Spartan staging. Although we are just talking about some flyby probe, I guess. So that makes sense. We did add the new science experiments to this, didn't we? I don't think I can check reasonably here. Let's just fly this. Fix the staging. 180 by 180. Current. Let's go. Yep, we have the new experiments confirmed. Thank you, game. That's a low FPS launch. Wow. The game might generally... Wait, we're in hyperphysics. Anyway. we're going. We don't know yet where, but we are going. This point we might... Oh! I was gonna say at this point we might still be going just to Earth. And we will, because we had an engine failure. Oh, wow. Oh, it doesn't display it anymore. But yeah, I think engine just full on shut down there. Okay. We can time warp to see it impact. Oh wow, that is very wobbly. But yeah, we did not get far. Couple kilometers. Well, as I was saying, we're going, and soon that's gonna be in the past tense. Oh yeah, here you can see KSC. This is the like way out to the launch pad. Oh wow, that's buggy. Oh my god. I'm just gonna stage the fairings and stuff. Yeah, suddenly less buggy. Yeah. You did not go to Mars. Ooh. Well, don't have to do interplanetary mission planning. Oh boy. Was that the second or third mission that we just had a full-on failure early in flight? So we didn't go anywhere. We had that other engine shutdown earlier of the upper stage on the lunar probe, but where it didn't matter. I know at least one like nav set or com set or something crashed soon after launching. Okay, well, goodbye Mars window. Sheesh. "24 days, then our next crewed rocket is ready." Upgrade points. Oh, new lunar lander. Okay, how are our astronauts looking? E1 has current mission training, valid for a few months, so she's ready to go. And if she just needs like a week time off after this flight again, then she can just fly immediately afterwards if this attempt fails again for some reason. Okay. Lunar rated power generation. We have better solar panels now. We do need to unlock these in here. So I'm gonna do that. And we do have to like update all our rockets basically for this, so also not gonna do that. But yeah, we have it available now. So better solar panels doesn't just mean like more power, it also means like less harsh scaling, like wear, because over time solar panels produce less power, and that's something that is modeled with these mods. But yeah, with higher tech levels, like scales slower and probably also less. Okay, we have a rocket ready to go and we have an astronaut ready to go. Let's see if we should probably have made sure of that earlier. Let's make sure either this ComSat is still in orbit or else we need to launch a new one. Well, I don't see it, so it's probably deorbited and crashed into the Earth. Oh no, here it is. What orbit are you in, my dear? Apoapsis 356, 333, so still pretty close to what we launched it into. Very good. Very good. Okay. So. Cape Canaveral. So it's gonna be... Yeah, so in the past hours, it passed over KSC. So we will... basically just time warp ahead, so we get a good time to launch here. Which is coming up very soon. Like about now. We can wait a little bit on the launch pad. We can do for fine adjustment. Like we can watch the inclination relative to it and then just launch when it's like as close to 0 as it gets. So that's something we could have done better. The last time we did the thing that came to bite us in the ass. Okay. It kind of looked like for a second like this was messed up, like we failed a contract or something, but I think it's fine. We're still fine. Oh, the Mars flyby contract. Oh no. I mean, it is like 4 years, so we can launch in the next launch window, but we have to make the next one, or we fail this one. Jesus. Even more headaches. Yeah, 157 days. Let's do this. And yeah, failure minus 1.1 million. Launch Yvonne once again. Attempt number 2. And this time we have learned some and improved the rocket. And we also learned about how to better make the maneuvers. So let's apply all that. Ooh, 94% RAM. We'll have to restart KSP soon, or it might crash. There's a couple more programs I can close, but not a lot. Well, I guess I can close the browser. Okay. Orbit view, please. And ComSat, set as target. relative inclination, 1.17, 1.16. So right now it's decreasing. Also, how do we want to launch, low or high? I mean, we are ahead, and I don't think we'll be waiting that long, so we'll have to launch high. So let's launch into... actually, let's try and be smart about this. I can't see its orbital path here. Okay, then. But it was like between 330 and 356 or something. So on average, it would be like... Oh, with MacChip is bad as having these different... Screw it. We have fine adjustment fuels. Let's launch into 385? 385. Okay. 1.03. I'm even afraid to time warp. Okay, I'm gonna quick save. Okay, I guess we can time warp faster. Now we're getting very low. 0.3 degrees, 0.2. So we're just gonna launch once this hits 0, or very close to it, like now. Please load, and there we go. Yeah, so we're a bit late. We should have launched like half a minute earlier or something. This is incidentally exactly why launches to the International Space Station have an instantaneous launch window. It's this problem of hitting the right inclination, meeting an object while it's like in the relative orbital position that you want. And so it's like one specific moment that's ideal to launch in. Okay. Also, I didn't even pay attention to like the abort system here, but so far things went well, so good on us. Good on us. Yvonne is still safe. Okay. Let's time warp a bit. Yeah, and once again, a crude launch. So the only real mission failure is if our astronaut dies here. If we fail to rendezvous again, we can just launch again. And it's not that big of a deal at this point. We have a couple more launch opportunities upcoming. Okay, booster sap away. 4 engines that could have failed away, which is always good. Yes, we're like 1/10 of a degree off right now. Now, where are we relative? Oh god. Okay, so we're basically about as far ahead in our orbit as we were behind the last time. Of course, our launch is not over quite yet, but we're very close to it. Very close to reaching orbit, so it won't catch up to us too much. couple seconds left on our core stage. Two, one, and stage separation. And launch escape toward Jettison. There, engine goes. Now we will also be saving one ignition actually, since last time we lowered our orbit again after orbit insertion for the phasing. But now we're already launching into a higher orbit so that the satellite can catch up to us. So we have an extra ignition, which will also make it easier. This time we'll probably just make it on the ignitions we have and we don't even need the RCS. That would be pretty typical. And we're about to insert into our 385 by 385 orbit. There we are. Perfect. Okay. Now for the fun part. Also, at least we are not at risk of... There we are. Not at risk of plummeting into Earth's atmosphere. Okay, 11 hours. It's not perfect. Like, it's kind of long. But it's in our time budget. So let's work with that and don't waste more ignitions. So we can immediately jump to planning on getting a close encounter. So what are we talking here? 10 hours 37. And are you even... I'm not seeing the flight planning. Okay, the time wasn't set far enough into the future. That's valid. Alright, we'll have to remove our velocity to lower our orbit to get a close approach this time. And we might have to do it here. Definitely at an ascending or descending node would be good. Why is it stopping to plan here? It just stops there. I want to see how it goes into the future, please. I don't know what's happening. Why do you not show past this point? Past 12 hours. Is it? Okay. Steps here we're limiting. It's so confusing sometimes because you have two different settings for predictions. Okay. Well, at least we have our predictions working now as we want them. Okay. Ooh, okay. Funky spirals. And we are kind of spiraling around here. You can tell we still have... Our inclination is not perfect. Oh, wrong way around. So let's also flatten that. So now I'm correcting for our wrong inclination. And you can tell like we went from spiraling like this way around to just spiraling in this plane. So now our inclination will be spot on at least. Oh, well, it will be spot on once I'm done fine-tuning things. We don't have to be too precise here. The main thing is that it's roughly the same. And the next thing will just be then aligning a close approach here. Let's make that. Maybe. Oh, why did it suddenly zoom off? Jeez. Yeah, the low FPS are currently getting in the way of making these fine adjustments. Like, it's literally around like a few FPS. Actually, there's no fine adjustment. I want to go to 1 day plan length. This should be better. Also, we happen to be here. Okay, but I'm gonna move to this one. We want some extra time, if possible. So we're gonna take an encounter from a previous orbit. And there we go. This should be... Okay, it's not perfect. Inclination off again. And there we go, less than a kilometer. That's good enough. Okay, so we're talking at 25 meters per second burn to get this encounter. And oh, and a 60 meters per second encounter, so also very low velocity. So overall, this encounter is just so much nicer than the last time we had. We properly launched into the correct inclination. Also, I'm gonna save and then time warp. Habits you establish when you play KSP. Okay, time warp. We could have taken another orbital flight contract. That would just have been free extra money. But now it's too late. Which is a bit frustrating again, because like if we were not... I'm gonna do a thing where I'm just gonna accept it and cheat it completely. Need be, because it's like one of those things, if we weren't like so dissociated from streaming, then we just would probably have remembered. Orbital flight, 1 crew... Here, between there, 9 hours is in our remaining mission time. Yep, that's... And we're already... We've been in this orbit the whole time, so we already literally would have fulfilled it. So yeah, I'm just gonna do that, and we're gonna... Ah, damn. We were too slow on our thing again. I think it was a 25 meters per second burn only, actually. Okay, 25, so to 2,280. And it was about here. Slow-mo. Slow-mo activate. Something like this. I should have gone into this view. Oh god. Let's see. That's a lot of orbit lines. Uh, 722. Ooh, there was one with 9 hours. I think this one. Let's take this one. Yep. And let's delete you. Thank you. Delete. Come on. There, close approach. 1.7. Can maybe not like this. So inclination is a bit off, so we can do a correction of that. Fewer steps. Yeah, there we go. We are here. So we time warp to the next ascending or descending node. Here's an ascending node. This is really where Principia shines with all these frames of reference. In stock KSP, you can't really get a view like this where you just see the orbit relative to your target. But it just makes so many things so clear. Like, okay, this is still a bit messy of a view because we have so many like orbits left. But yeah, if you're a bit experienced with this kind of stuff, then yeah, this is pretty awesome. Especially like, you can tell, like, right now we will fly by close to this probe. But we won't be exactly in the same orbit. Because you can tell, like, we're in these ellipses and they shift and shift and shift over time. So we're gonna get closer to the satellite and then gonna get further away again. And then in the last time... Okay, I'm first gonna concentrate on making this correction burn. In our last attempt, you could at least still very well see if which, with our rough matching of the velocity, that at some point all these ellipses just collapse into one. That's when your orbital periods then are basically the same, and you just... It's kind of like you orbit each other, but like not because of gravity, but you just both happen to be in so precisely the same kind of orbit that you just happen to take the same paths. Okay, we're got a bit off there again. But first, 0.03. I'm not sure which way around fixes it. I think that's an ascending node, so we need to... this is south, so forward thrust? I think. No, we're getting further away. And I'm gonna inputting some sideways thrust to fix the other. Oh no, I was forward. Yeah. So I got confused there and put on backwards thrust instead of forward thrust, but forward was correct after all. Which I realized because of the velocity display here at the ascending node. 0.03. I wish there was an even finer grained inclination display here. Okay, 1.6. Any closer? Okay, so this will take a bit more. It's just because I'm using RCS for these fine adjustments, and it's just so low thrust that it takes a bit. But what I'm doing right now is fixing the inclination so that we're perfectly aligned, and also otherwise fixing just displacement to keep our encounter as close as possible. And we're getting close, like less than a kilometer close. There, less than a kilometer. I think that's what we're gonna soon call good enough. 900 meters. $800. I'm gonna call it good enough at 750. And there we go, less than 750. So, the only thing that's remaining is matching that velocity once we're at the close approach. So let's time up forward. Couple orbits to go. Our life support is still fine. Electricity is at 40%. One more orbit. And there we are, a few minutes out. Now, this time let's orient retrograde more in time. And yeah, this time we're just gonna have so many. We're gonna have 2 ignitions left because right now we're at 3 remaining. And this is why good mission planning is important, especially with constraints like limited engine ignitions. But yeah, this is a lot more like it should be done. So I'm glad I could show that at least. And not just that other messed up attempt earlier. Okay, 1 minute out. Almost there. Let's lock in retrograde. 40 seconds, and it's a 20 meter per second burn. So once again, just a short burp. Slow-mo is active, good. Yeah, so a 2-second burn. Nothing much. So we can wait until we're basically at the exact closest approach. Oh, ullage. Oh no. The solid rocket motors alone have like half the delta V of the burn, so I don't want to use them. Okay, screw it. We need it though. Okay, time warp, ullage motors. And 17, 16, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and cut off. So we're almost at the exact same velocity. Is this good enough for you? No. Okay. So we have 0.3 meters per second left. First, disable this engine. Second, enable our hypergolic engines. Next, I mean, do we just need to be even closer? We can fly closer. Okay. So, we're gonna fly closer. Okay, I would really like a visual at this point. Here we go. And we picked up a lot of rotation. Because during the end of our burn, the engine was gimbaling to keep the attitude, but it meant that it was just inducing a rotation, and then engine got cut off, and so we're still coasting from that. Okay, now we'll time warp a bunch and then just make slow corrections piece by piece. There, now we're getting close to 500 meters. Okay, it's time for another correction, and so there's again a bit of a lot going on here. So here on the left we have our prograde marker on the nav ball. This pink marker is basically the direction of the spacecraft. If I pointed in that direction, the rocket would point on the satellite. So right now we want to get closer, so we want our prograde marker to be on this marker in the direction of the satellite. But thanks to orbital mechanics, which is a great thing to say, if we adjust this once, then over time it'll drift away, like it now. Earlier we made it so that our velocity was right in this direction, and now it drifted. And yeah, so that's what we're now fixing again. And it's like, technically you can do, this is not the optimal way to do this. The optimal way would be taking Principia and figuring out a burn by planning, getting a much closer approach, and then killing our velocity there again. But this is like a much simpler approach of just visually aligning them, and you just do a couple iterations of that. So now we're going straight towards it again, and in a bit it'll drift again. I'm also gonna fix it. There, so I now both braked a little and also aligned the velocity again with the direction towards the satellite. So we're now getting to about 100 meters. Less than 100 meters. I mean, if we're matching velocity and we're still not getting the success now, then I don't know what the game wants from us, to be honest. I think it might be in the contract of like in visual range or something. Like this is very much in visual range. We can see it here in the darkness. So let's do our hopefully final velocity adjustment here. Once we're lined up. Almost there. Retrograde. Boom. And another short pulse. And there we are. Yes, rendezvous, check. So it really, you have to do a pretty good rendezvous, not just very roughly. There. Now we are extremely close set up. You can't even see any orbit lines anymore because it's all so close to each other. If I increase the steps, there we go. So you can still see like this slow drift over the orbits. But yeah, we have successfully rendezvoused with a satellite. Yes. So It's also hour 21 in this mission, which is definitely towards the end of this mission. We have life support for 1 day. So we have a few hours to spare, but yeah. Okay, save. Okay. That's prograde. Where are we in orbit? That's too much history. Oh, it's days. Okay. Hello, light. Well, okay. I mean, it depends. Do we want to... Where do we want to come down? I guess we don't care too much. So let's do our deorbit burn when we're like almost above Africa or something. Or actually above Africa, I guess. And then we should splash down here in the water, hopefully. Okay. Oh, we still have our upper stage. We could even use that to deorbit. That would be silly. Okay, so... let's get rid of the upper stage here. Yes. And here. Now we're gonna need some RCS. Whoop, come on. And then yeah, I think we can fire it now. Let's go for the orbit. And we are suborbital. Okay. Not that way, that way. Jettisoning one re-entry module. And let's time warp to re-entry. At least the crewed launches are now getting routine, which is good. Yeah, now we're over water. And we're gonna splash down in a nice ocean. Needs more time warp. Yeah, it's just gonna be a rough ride. Yvonne's used to it by now. Just time warping through this. 8 Gs, 9 Gs, 9.5. Oh, blacking out. Ooh, she's taking a while to recover there. Okay, let's deploy our drogue chute. Are you just not gonna recover? I thought they recover, at least if you only go a little bit over the limit there. We should deploy our main parachute, actually. There we go. I almost forgot. I know that in the past we've had both the experience of someone did not recover, but also another time someone did recover. I don't know if there's just like a chance of them doing it or not, or what's going on there. But either way, successful mission, successful rendezvous, and recovery of person. So, whew, yay us. Next step, docking. I mean, at least at this point, it's not that much more than what we've just done now. That was the majority of the work. The final 50 meters is pretty easy. At least, like, if you've done it before. Docking can be one of those things that's kind of famous for KSP players to struggle with. Although I do think oftentimes when people talk about that, they do mean the rendezvous part being so hard and not the actual docking procedure. On leave, blah blah, parts, ka-ching. Okay, contract complete. And here comes the part where we cheat the other contract complete. Active orbital flight complete. Boop. Okay. Standard. Now, where are we? We just left the Mars flyby and the nav set contracts. Okay. And first docking. Okay, 474 days. That's not a lot. And we have a contract for orbital maneuvers with 2+ crew. Excellent. So we can do this, EVA, and the docking all in one mission. Okay, we don't have a docking target in space though. So do we want to rendezvous 2 capsules in orbit? Another thing we could do... Oh, didn't we prepare something? I think so, but where is it? Let's look for that, because that would be cool. Basically, we prepared an Earth observation satellite with docking adapters. Intention also being to get the science back to Earth that way. Yeah, and some other details with like the science, but we also it would need time. I think we're just gonna do a Mercury Gemini docking, I think. That sounds good to me right now. And in the future we might launch... I'm gonna put it on a list of things to plan. So we're gonna launch some of these Earth observation satellites, so in the future we can also rendezvous with them. But yeah, for the rendezvous contract, I don't think that makes too much sense. So we have another Mercury coming up, and Gemini is being built now. Oh, we already have another Mercury ready to go. And we have another launch pad. It's even bigger, but most importantly, it allows us to launch 2 derpy rockets at the same time, which we need if we want to have like 2 crewed missions rendezvousing with each other, because they have a limited on-orbit time. And so, yeah, with rollout times being like dozens of days, it's not something. The Gemini has actually like several weeks mission time. But yeah. So we do this next then. I forgot again what the contracts were we have active. Mars flyby, navset. Okay, yeah. I will put the Mars. Oh, no, or did we already? No, okay. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. So we definitely have to make this one. Last chance for contract. Ba-doop. Okay, then let's prepare for the docking. I mean, we've been saying we're gonna do this, so this is another case of, I really want to do this before the end of the stream, and then we're already dissociated, and then things are way more likely to go wrong. But we'll see. Okay, it's extra hilarious if we do this before the technology docking and crew transfer. Oh no, the technology will still finish before the rockets. We could also launch the lunar probe to beam the science back. How long are we streaming? 3.5 hours. So long, but not super long. Do the lunar mission and a docking attempt? I think that's doable. We're pretty... We have good practice now doing lunar launches. That shouldn't be too hard or take too long. Let's do that. Oh, solar panel upgrade. Yeah, this is banned for to do off stream now. And so we can also prepare science satellites that we can launch. Okay. Let's find ourselves a launch window. Oh wait, it's not finished rolling out yet. But yeah, you can see now how much effort it is to get to like launching people to the moon. We're like not really near being able to do that. We've had low Earth orbit launches and like a rendezvous so far. The rocket we have now is absolutely not able to do lunar launches. And yeah, and we're like in episode 8 now, and we stream like 4, 5, 6 hours each time. So yeah, it takes time to do stuff. Hang on, what are we following here? Vandenberg, Cape. Oh no, we have to wait. Oh, we have to wait several days anyway. Okay. So let's time warp for this. Ooh, maybe this satellite beamed back science from our lunar lander. But, I don't know. It is pretty center of the far side. Not quite, but... doesn't really sound right to me. Okay, so it's ready to launch now. We need to launch here. I think we have... but also extra time is always better. I think you could actually launch this pretty soon. Yeah, let's just launch this. The next opportunity, i.e. Now... Yep. I'll take this. And to be fair, would be more time efficient if we weren't also streaming. It definitely takes processing power, which then also leads to things like messing up missions that we otherwise just wouldn't have messed up, which also costs time, but still, like, not like that makes us take 10 times as much time or anything like that. These realism mods are only something if you're willing to commit a whole lot of time to it, that's for sure. At least if you want to go very far. Like, it's still fun, just like going to orbit and stuff, but if your plans are to like fly people to other planets, yeah, that takes a while. Yeah. From what we've heard from the Discord server, most people get at most up to like landing people on the moon, but not beyond. And we're at 95% RAM. Yikes. Well, we've not crashed so far. Ascent guidance, we need you. Not 330, 180 please. Stop at stage 3, right? That's booster sep, ullage, and upper stage ignition. I think it remembered the things from the Mercury launch, which is funny because the names are so different. Must be working with a derpoos in the name or something that it got confused like this. It's weird. Anyway, let's launch this. We can talk more while it's flying. Standard physics warp, yes. We should also delete older existing crafts in orbit and stuff. They must be both eating RAM and performance. I'm getting some doubts if we still should do the crew launches with how dissociated we are now. Like, it's getting pretty bad. And launching crew and several crews. I mean, at least it's technically not anything new. We'd be doing the exact same thing we did earlier with the rendezvous, basically. The extra docking thing is not a risk for the crew. Not a big deal. Okay, well, let's do this launch first. Also, a reminder to self, this is supposed to be a polar lunar orbiter so that we can beam back the science from the lunar lander. Ah, yeah. Solar panels fold. It's pretty cool. And it should have new science experiments on it. So we'll... I hope it does. Please tell me it does. Please. Uh-oh. Did we mess up? I could swear we put the new experiments on the lunar lander things. Maybe we missed one that was in the queue or something. Or, I mean, it's literally dark and I'm trying to see this. Also, don't we have part commander? Hey. So we're looking for either plasma wave experiment. Oh, it's not on there. Or I missed it. It's also possible. Well, no point in worrying about that now. We need mission planning for this. I mean, I'm almost tempted to try flying it blind at this point. Whoop. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Oh, that looks very close approachy already, like immediately. Oop. I wanted the moon. Oh yeah. Like, boom. That's how I like to set up transfers. Oh, this is beautiful. This is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Look at this. At the ascending node, and we're just... Mwah. This is about the most perfect encounter you can have. Actually too perfect, because we want to go into an polar orbit. Because we were just smack on in the middle. Equatorial. I mean, how polar? This is fine, right? We don't have the good science experiments on us either, so let's not worry too much. And let's just do this. Next time when we launch like better science satellites, then we can worry about making it a picture-perfect orbit. We don't have connection. Okay. Oh wow. SAS is having a field day. Okay. 30 seconds. Okay, let's review. We have a set of Aldrich motors that will fire. Oh, and Principia planning will be way off again. Okay, so we're gonna fire early because we will burn longer. So let's go. Yep, engine successful ignited. Perfect. Let's do time warp. Regular time warp, so we can go full. Boop-ba-doop-ba-doo. This will take a hot minute. Okay, a kilometer per second left to go in this burn. And yeah, getting very close. Few hundred meters per second. Slow down time warp. Get slow-mo going. Boop. Yeah, slightly overshot, but nothing too dramatic. RCS, please. Oh, we have no manual control. Well, okay then. I guess we'll time warp a bit and then make the correction later. Okay, there we have control. Ooh, wrong direction. Yeah, it's just a couple seconds of RCS burn. Super smooth, and even like more polar of an orbit than our initial planning. So really, this is very nice. I'm gonna leave it like this. And we can time warp 5 days. Okay. 10 hours. And there it is. The beauty. Oh, we haven't even started our science experiments. Let's go. Uh, 10 minutes to... Oh! Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, we didn't overshoot. It's fine. Everything's fine. Just got scared. 3 minutes. And the satellite can serve as a bit of an experiment for potentially more long-term stable lunar orbit. Okay. Oh, those periapses. Oh yeah, we had a pretty far out periapsis. That's right. Okay. Let's go. And ignition. Yep. That's fine. Maybe. Hopefully. We'll see. First analysis. Give me 200 days. That'll take a hot second. And verdict. Lowest altitude 661. Okay. Mean periapsis. So it'll drift way further out over time. I mean, it's not crashing into the moon. So that's good. Now, for the $1,000,000 question. Will you get a connection? Also right now it's about to... It's about to become lunar night. So we should have fully charged batteries. Shouldn't we? So can't we, like, switch? Okay, that's a successful vessel switch. So let's check in our lander and how that whole connection thing is going. We might have to... No, it would be over the Omni antenna. Hopefully. Ooh, bouncy bounce. Okay. How are you doing? Okay. Okay, moon is in the way right now. So let's time warp until it isn't. That's a long way around. We're not in an ideal orbit for for the lunar lander here. Oh, we could have planned that better. As in, we could have planned that at all, which we didn't. Roll out Venus probe. Do we even have one left? Or didn't we use that to do the Mars one? Yeah, we don't have an interplanetary probe now anyway. Goodbye. Yeah, we have electricity. I will shut down the avionics. We don't need it. Well, maybe we do to interact with these parts. I'm not sure. Data 1 kilobyte? Only 1 kilobyte? You must have had a lot of opportunities to beam back. I don't see you getting a connection here. Maybe the distance is too big for the Omni antenna. We probably made the Omni antenna really low power. Yeah, we did. Because we were like, oh, we won't need it. Can we target? I mean, I'm just gonna assume it's this one. Okay, so the answer is we can target, we don't get a connection. Oh. Okay then. Not even here when it's getting kind of close. Like, this is 2 megameters away. Even for a kind of low power antenna. But no. Well, good thing this one found some way. Oh, got a little more data somewhere. Yeah, good thing it somehow found a way to transmit data back. It was probably a bug. Okay, well, no point well, we could adjust the orbit of the orbiter. But I don't think I want to spend more time on that right now. Maybe in the next stream. I should also not fly those crewed missions. I could do the orbit adjustment as the last thing we do on the stream today. Definitely not going to do the big crewed missions. No. Okay. Well, a bit of a shame we didn't get to the docking. As usual, stuff happened. Okay, so I mean, we can't be too close because we do need to have line of sight to Earth for a connection. Ooh, nice funky path. I think the antenna is mostly too weak. So let me go and fix that. There was no good reason to make it that low power to begin with. So it's one of those unnecessary mistakes. I'm not even sure we played with this hardcore antenna mod before. We might have looked at it before, but a full-on career, this might also be our first time using it, which would explain that there's still a whole bunch we also need to figure out. What is it called? Lunar Lander 1.1. At least we don't get confused with what's what with our just purely functional naming style. Now, antenna, please. You're also tech level 1. Yeah, we made you for like super low power. Now, distance. It was like a couple megameters, like 2 megameters maybe. Yep. Hang on, we didn't set the pier antenna. Yeah, that's gonna be the main thing. I want to plan to another part antenna, not the DSN network. Actually, I wanted to plan for this exact antenna, so like 24 primary fixed. I don't know if that does what I think it does or want it to. Okay, so we will get some connection if we ramp up the power here. And I'm gonna assume if you ramp up the tech level, even more so. They have a lot higher idle power though, which is why we were using the tech level 1. It has like 0.3 watts. Tech level 2 already has 8 watts idle power. Although I guess we can stomach 8 watts and just get here this is just so much better. Yeah, 30 is fine. So we can leave it at this setting for future launches. Actually, let's plan this out a little bit further. Oh, hang on. Yeah, so we only got like 5 megameters range with this setting. Maybe a little more juice. We do have better solar panels now. Can I get 6? Yes. 6 megameters will be fine. I'm sure. Folding solar panel. And now, for our favorite thing to do. Click, tech level up. It's gonna ramp up the power from 120 watts to 168 watts per panel. And let's look at the degradation. It plateaus at 34%. And reaches it way later. Yeah. So this is a nice solar upgrade here. That's for sure. And the science experiments we'd forgotten. No, here they're on it. It must have been an old probe in the queue. Yeah, experiments are here. That is extreme. Unnecessarily low power here. Here, let's make you a bit more capable. And while we're at it, let's give you some more. Let's see. How about 3000? Yeah, that costs us like 10 meters per second delta V, the added mass from that. So more energy buffer, since we are having more energetic antennas, but we also have more solar power. Experiments. This is an upgrade. This deserves a new version number. It does. Here? Yeah. Okay. Actually, we could... So this would be basically that long-term science satellite that we've been talking about, that we can now put into orbits. I mean, before we like remove stages, we could just launch this as well into Earth orbit. It'll be like way overkill, but it just means we have a ton of on-orbit maneuver capabilities. Actually, if we're making this the super long term, we might want to upgrade these solar panels even further. How are you doing after 2 years? Okay, still 120 watts. No, I think we're fine then, because the most long-term experiment will be the orbital perturbation, and that's... Oh no, that's 10 years. I thought it was 2, but it's 10. And it's space low and space high, so if we have one in an elliptical orbit, to get both biomes, we need 20 years. I mean, 20 years, this is getting ridiculous. I don't think we can spec it out for 20 years. But how do you do with 10? 70 watts each. Actually, 140 watts? Even if you only get a fraction of that from like tumbling or something, this might honestly be enough. Because we have 2 of them. 70 times 2. 18 kilograms. This is 300 watts. Yeah, so you're about the same power to mass ratio. Oh, this is just way overkill. We don't need a kilowatt of solar power. RTGs. We have RTGs unlocked. It's a 25 watt RTG for 12 kilograms. We're just gonna like... yeah, look here and there. Maybe new parts we have unlocked. Maybe we can make a couple new changes. It's gonna be the end of the stream for today, I think. No more launches. Too dissociated for launches. Actually, do we have upgrades for these? Not yet. But I think they're coming soon. New tech level for RCS engines. Yeah, I think literally this technology in a month, once that's complete, should give us better RCS tech levels, which will be very nice. Okay, well, we could... I'm not sure we had the film camera set. Ooh, we have 2 tiers of film camera now. Ooh, this one is 5 tons. Also 10-year mission and 500 watts for a 10-year mission. Holy cannoli. That's a lot of solar power. Improved film camera needs 100 and 2 years. So you're much more reasonable. And you're only 66 kilograms versus 5 tons. Okay, so first let's save this as a lunar one. And then maybe we'll do a silly... Let's make a silly thing. Silly things are nice. So how about... we slap one of these things there. Oh my god. Okay. You might have to workshop this. I don't think we have the Gemini version of the Derpus saved. It also looks like a slim one. Okay, I wanna have... because for the Gemini capsule we increased the diameter of the upper stage and stuff, so I'm gonna take this as a sub-assembly as well. Sub-assembly... yeah, Meteo Aerosine tank is there. You are Derpus 3.1 wide. Also, hello, precise editor. When hotkeys trigger when you write something in a text field. Why is this 3 more parts over the regular Derpus? Oh, I think there's docking ports and solar panels on here. That makes sense. Also, did we... sensor light? No. Ah, yeah, film camera. That's the one that we've been making. That's probably with the smaller one. Yeah, both. Even like the early one and then the small one. I mean, it's also something we can launch. Let's build one of these. Scrap that. You don't have solar panel upgrades and stuff. tech level. Boop. I did not want to do that. Okay. 180 or 2 years? Okay. This should be enough for these simple ones at least. And then we can dock with it, get the science back when we're done. Improved avionics, okay. Yep. No, I think we can do that. And then I'm gonna load the... Actually, no. This one didn't have any of the other experiments. Ah, it's fine. I didn't check the fairing. Help. I'm just gonna override it here. Save. Delete. Launch. And then I'm gonna... What am I gonna do? I guess I might as well modify this. I'd have to put all the science experiments on there, and I want to do that. So let's be a bit silly. And let's take the lunar lander and slap a film camera on there. A big one. Let's switch out booster for the wide version. Did I get everything? Nope. Boop. I guess we should have saved the wide version with the... Oh, that was the wrong thing. With the fairing. What's going on? I guess we did manual things for these. No. There we are. Okay. It's gonna need a bigger fairing. Probably still bigger. Okay. So, the silly thing we're gonna do is... I want to keep this engine. Okay, we can remove the landing legs. And then we're just gonna go boop. Okay, well, I guess the soil sampler we can remove as well. And we'll put you in here. And just gonna make you fucking massive. Actually, wait. I want to use a different design for these. Now that's more what I'm talking about. Wasn't there like an extra category somewhere with like really huge ones? That's weird. Oh, variant. That's what I was looking for. Other. Although they're like the pretty vanilla-ish look, I don't really like that. So many cool designs. It's so awesome. I mean, these ones look pretty fitting, I think. So let's take these from Juno, apparently. Let's get you perfectly perpendicular. Now, how much power do we want? To which the answer is, I think, yes. And we're looking at 10 years, 400 watts each. But it needs like 500. And that's like continuous power. Yeah, 500. So we have to like consider dark times, solar panels not oriented perfectly. So we really need like a lot more than this. How about 5 kilowatts? Oh well, here in 10 years time, 2 kilowatts. Sounds more reasonable. We're also gonna need a lot bigger batteries. So let's put a couple zeros on there. Okay, well, I'm sure that's fine. The tank. I mean, the small tank like this looks silly. Let us... Do you have anything else? No. Let us get rid of this. You also clip through there, so you go on the side. Same for you. And... Wait, don't we... Aren't we just gonna leave it attached to the upper stage? So we don't have to worry about tanks for RCS fuel because we have a full ton right here. Also, yeah, 10 kilometers per second delta V. This is getting at the limit of the launch capability of the Derpus. I mean, not quite, but still. I think we spec'd it out for like 8 tons of payload. And wait, we're in the region, maybe like 8 to 9 or something. I mean, we did do some upgrades to it, so that probably helped increase the payload. Also, how's our data looking? 5,800. We're at full reliability for during burns, basically, and ignition 99.43%. Yup, that's good. Okay. Okay, one thing we will need is bigger RCS thrusters. Let's go for, I don't know, 138. Yeah, these are probably enough. 4 of these beauties. Hang on, do you get in the way of the animation? Yes. Okay, so let's put those there. And maybe the solar panels way at the top or at the bottom. Top is cleaner, I think, because here's also stuff that opens up. Now, how do we want these to be oriented? Also, does it matter? That's some good questions. I mean, one way or another, we're gonna be letting this thing rotate. In which case, we might want them to be this? So we have one facing one way, the other way. And it basically minimizes like dead zones if we happen to be in an orientation that's like bad for us. It does mean with this orientation it looks bad here. Oh, actually never mind, we can. move this one over there, and this one well, I guess also somewhere over here, and move these here, this way. Okay, how do you look full it up? Not great, not terrible. A very 3.6 ranking folding. I think we're just gonna deal with this. Okay, we have the hypergolic engines on here. Thrust to weight ratio doesn't matter. We have all our science experiments. I mean, for completeness sake, if we're doing this anyway, we could also just put the other film camera on here as well. Or we could have several. Oh no, but the mass limit. The other one would be pretty light though. Like, that would basically make no difference whatsoever. So fuck it, let's put two of them on there. We're being silly. So let's be silly. Okay, we don't need this or this. Now let's check. We have docking ports. Propellant only, you say. Does that include science and samples? I'm not sure. And I think maybe we'll just wait to finish this up until the new tech is done. I think we can just time warp ahead, honestly. Okay, so you're old. Yeah, we're gonna need a bigger fairing than this. What do... No. Oh wow, the solar panels though. Okay, well maybe we have to do something about that after all. I mean, we can do this, but then they're like, they'll be floating in the air, which doesn't look very nice. Okay, not floaty. No, we can do it. We can work with this. I actually kind of like this offset. How that looks. Hang on. Communications. Although I think this is... We specifically took the thing because it was fixed. Oh yeah, it's attack level 2. 32. And we even have a dish that we don't actually need. Should we get rid of the dish? I kind of like the silliness of this just being the probe, as we used to launch into the moon basically and not changing too much about it. But it's 20 watts of idle power. And we are talking about a long-term mission where power is critical. This hurts, but yeah, we need the power. Okay. Action groups should be fine. Plasma wave quadrupole are in there. Action group 1 with all the extendables. Actually, not all of them. There we go. Photography 3. Photography 1. And the other one we have as a separate payload. So we can do more. 2 separate film photographies, yes. With this one, level 2 with the other. And also science experiments on this one, which is intended to be used very long term. Okay. Let's make you a bit bigger then. Now that's a payload fairing. Ooh, wow. Okay, this is most definitely not a lunar lander. This is camera fun. Maybe we should simulate this if it flies properly. Although with engine gimbal, stability should not be an issue. Tooling? Do we need tooling? Oh yeah, the fairing. That makes sense. Oh wow, the fairing would be expensive. 5,000 each untooled, and the tooling 37,000. I mean, this is a very silly... I think this is one of those cases where it just eats the untooled cost, because we have to build 4 of these to even break even. And while we're planning to launch more than 1, probably like... I think they're also for high biome. Oh my god, too many windows. Oh no, it's only 1 biome, only space low. But still, I believe there's also some limit with like how much samples can take. So 1, even if you provide all the power and stuff, you can't finish all the science with just 1 launch. So we might have 2 or 3 or something. I don't know. And I don't know how to look it up, how many we need. But point being, not more than 4. I don't think so. And if it's more than 4, then we'll pay a little extra. And the build time is also not crucial with this, since we're just doing this for the science and not for like contract with deadline. So I think we're about done here. We have the docking ports. Okay, we can save ourselves these small solar panels, really. Hey, saving 400 bucks. Actually, how much are the big solar panels? They must be expensive as heck. 6,000 each. So 12,000 of our 41,000 are just for solar panels. Holy cow. That will be equal 10 of these, or, well, 6.5 kilowatt of these. Yeah. No, the cost is just what it is. Solar panels are really expensive, I guess. At least if they're super fucking huge, like here. Maybe it... Oh. Oh, we're over mass. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I think we're going to reduce this fuel. It costs us like 200 meters per second, but yeah. I do want to mostly keep the RC, like the hypergolic fuels, for on-orbit maneuvering around. The cryogenic fuels will boil off pretty soon anyway, so they won't be of much use apart from getting this thing into an orbit. Oh, and we have tiny cute little RCS thrusters here. But yeah, I mean, we have power. Avionics. Do we have the avionics for this beast? 16 tons. Might not be enough. Ooh. So let's check. Okay, it's 14.6. So we're good. Barely, but we're good. Okay, avionics are a check. Power, the communications, we beefed up pretty hard. We have docking ports to retrieve the samples. I think that's about it. Although, we might want more hypergolic fuels for on-orbit maneuvering. I think we do. Like, we're talking 10-year mission. And right now we had only like 300 meters per second. But I also don't want to tool any new tanks, so I'm just gonna copy this a couple times. And there we have almost a kilometer per second. Actually. Oh. Okay. First mass. Second. We couldn't reach orbit with this. Because we're at only 9.1 kilometers per second here. So no, we are at our payload limit. We are. Can we even get this? Actually, this only barely makes it into orbit. We're at like 9.5 kilometers per second delta V for the launch vehicle. Oh. Why don't we already upgrade the tank type for this upper stage to be super high tech? Oh wow. Okay, the fairing's gone. Give us a whole bunch of delta V more. But I think we might remove one of these foam capsules. That's 100 kilograms just gone. Okay, it didn't make a huge difference. But it might give us the margins to carry more fuel for the stage. Not quite. But 300 kilograms over mass. 300. How much mass do we have in batteries? We just went all in there. Only 70. That's reasonable though. I mean, we have these. We might just have to reduce the RCS fuel a bit instead of adding more. $10.2. Okay, over 10, but minus the 300. Sheesh. Actually, we need to look into the orbit requirements for this one. Okay, it's only for inclination and eccentricity, not altitude. So we can be in pretty low Earth orbit. So we can launch into like 300 kilometers maybe. Okay, we could do a test launch as the final thing we do today. It's getting close to 5 hours again. As it does. Okay, screen. Simulate. After this, we end the stream. For real. Also, hey Opals. Just barely made it because we've been going for so long today. Also, I don't know how long ago you sent the message. Because we are pretty dissociated at this point, and time flies. We could enable, like, timestamps, so we're not always completely lost as to when messages were. There we go. Okay, 2 minutes ago. I'm not super late in noticing it. Whew. If nothing else, I mean, it's not perfect. I was gonna say this is like a better end of the stream activity to just mess around in the VAB a bit. Build new stuff, things we usually just do off stream. But it's also not perfect because forgetting things while building something is also not ideal. Okay, do we just want to see how high it can go? Can you go into a 400 by 400? And of course I forgot to fix the fairing staging, because fairings do not remember anything, just like me. Okay, that doesn't seem right. Like booster separation, and then here is stage sep but no ullage. Oh, I know why. Because we yoinked this from the Gemini launcher, and that had the escape system SRBs as ullage motors. Gotcha. Okay, but now the staging should be fixed. Now it should be fixed. Actually, we want this probably earlier. Actually, we don't really want to decouple this at all. Okay. Let's launch this. Stop at stage 3 is correct. What's happening? Why is it not launching? Throttle up manually then? Well, that was weird, but we are flying. Never mind. Give me launch revert. That means I have to fix the staging all over again. But yeah, we need to launch into a polar orbit. Or, well, sun synchronous or something. Actually, we need to check the exact orbit parameters it wants. But I think it's like around 97 degrees or something inclination. How can we even look that up? I hope it's in the science info menu. There it is. Wind inclination 94.5, max 97, max eccentricity. Okay. So 400 by 400. The lower the easier, so let's go for just 95 degrees. Okay, staging. Staging. You there. You there or something. I'm not sure. Probably with this engine ignition already. RCS staging. Separation, outlet, fairing. Okay. Think we're set now. And this time we're gonna launch into the right orbit. So that helps, I've heard. Let's just keep this here. Can never have enough windows open. Okay. Now let's see if this thing can make it into orbit and into a polar orbit to boot. So much power though. Why does an observation satellite need that much power? Like, what does it need that for? Especially like if the actual image taking is actual film. Well, one thing you do have to have, I guess, is like really good. Ooh, boost us up. Hello, from the side this time. Really good attitude control. Also meaning like computers to keep the attitude. But still, 500 watts. I mean, I guess 500 watts isn't that much power. It's just a lot compared to anything else the game requires at this point, like any other science experiments or anything. There we go, time warp. Soon we'll be able to lose the fairings as well. Goodbye, extra mass. Okay. And soon we're in space. There we go. But yeah, this is like the true test of the Derpus rocket. Just really pushing it to its absolute limits. Which is fun. Finally having something where it's not overkill, but actually necessary. And even a bit on the weak side. Okay, let's see what MacChip says. Oh no. Okay, yeah. This isn't working. Probably the orbit is too high. We basically need to burn most of our hypergolic fuel to establish the 400 by 400 orbit. I mean, on the other hand, it means technically we get into orbit. But yeah, like we definitely want to have some fuel for on-orbit corrections and stuff. Though maybe we just don't need to get into a 400 by 400 kilometer orbit. So, two things for longevity of the mission. If we're in a higher orbit, then perturbations won't like immediately kick us down into the atmosphere. So that's a safety buffer. But altitude also costs energy. So the higher we go, the more delta V we burn during the launch. And maybe the balance we need is... we need to manually do this. The balance we need is more towards a bit lower, but having a higher delta V margin. Lol. Oh! We're pitching over because we didn't have access to gimbal. Okay, now we're actually like not even gonna make it at least into our 400 by 400 orbit. Because we wasted fuel with this silliness. Although it'll be enough to test... Oh no, the eccentricity. It's important. We'll see. Let's finish this burn and see if the experiment technically works. It's something we can still test with the simulation, even if we don't quite get to 400 by 400 exactly. And if not, at this point we could just cheat ourselves some extra fuel just to get that confirmation of things working generally. But yeah, we're at least in orbit now. Or now. And we have 40 meters per second left. That might not be enough for the eccentricity. It is. So this would have been barely a successful mission. And who knows for how long. So let's let this one calculate for like a 4.5 year orbit just to see how stable that would be. And yeah, this one would be running now. And 550 science. My Loki. Okay, I wanna... Okay, we're both waiting for this, and I'm gonna time warp ahead a whole bunch just to see how the film camera is doing. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna focus the Earth so the camera won't wobble around like crazy. Okay, so it's been like 6 days and 5 kilograms of the sample payload was used up, so like 5 kilograms, 1/50th? I am too dissociated to math. 5 times 50 is 250. No, it should be right. So it's like 1 year? 1 year per film capsule? So that would mean you'd have to launch 10 of these to get all the science. Yeesh. And only 55 science each. I mean, it's still 55 science for one Derpus launch. That's not a terrible science return. I just expected more. Samples. I wonder if there's a way to bring up extra samples without just launching a whole new telescope. Like, if we're gonna dock with it anyway, can we bring more samples up? But yeah, like, we've warped now for a 5th, we have 11 science, so it technically works. Oh god, did the game crash? No. Close though. Lowest altitude, 300 kilometers. Okay, it only varies by 10 kilometers, both perigee and apogee, and that's over 1500 days. Okay, so I would say basically an orbit like this is very long-term stable. Especially then if we've just found out that we need 10 of these anyway, and any one of them can only operate for 1 year. That actually means we can dramatically downsize the solar panels, which will both save cost and mass and delta V. Okay, so let's implement that to make the solar panels smaller. But the other samples resupply. I guess that's not really a thing. And it's not how they're like intended to be used anyway. There have been plans for crewed spy satellites effectively, but I think they've never flown. Although, like, at least on the US side, who knows what other nations do. Okay, so 1 year. 1 year, 500 watts. Although we still have some science experiments on board, like the gravitational one that takes 2 years. So let's just plan for like 2 years. And then we'll oversize anyway, because we're talking about us here. So we're still at almost 4 kilowatts at this point, which is definitely more than we need. And when we want like 2 kilowatts, let's go with a bit more. So with, even if we only have like 50% coverage with solar power, that still gives us a buffer of a factor of 2. And we went down to 180 kilograms from, how big did we have them? Like this? From 270, so like 2 times 90 kilograms, 180 kilograms saved. Yeah, which shows in our delta V. So now we could actually also way more easily launch into a 400 by 400 orbit. Excellent. But yeah, samples. No, I can't imagine a way for that to work with the samples, resupplying them. Because any way of doing that could mean I could just use that part right now and attach it to here. And that would be silly. Yes, that probably doesn't work. But then also if we have 10 of them, we don't want to rendezvous with them. It means we want a return capsule, but yeah, I'm not gonna go into that. We'll take care of that some other time, possibly off stream, since we would just go and take the sample return capsule we designed in the past for the very simple film camera, and then we just attach it to here or something, make that work somehow, probably on the top since we have a spot there. Oh well. So much for our cool plans of having a science satellite that we would have a reason to visit with crew. But oh well. We are... Also, I think, did I just see us being overmassed there again? Weird, since we just removed mass. But yeah, we will wrap up the stream there today. Went on way longer again than we planned to, as usual, as every time. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you around. Bye.